Hello, everyone. I hope that you are doing well today. I am officially live yet again. If you're new here, I'm Alex, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. And if you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. Some of you are probably going to be surprised that I'm here right now because I told you all that I wasn't going to be here last week because Keaton and I were going to go to a baseball game in which we had gotten free tickets to go. But of course, the seats are outside, and the weather yesterday was absolutely gorgeous. It was over 80 degrees, and then a huge storm ended up moving in. And when I got up this morning, the real feel was below freezing. And the high today is in the low 40s, but the wind is making it like way colder than that. So there was absolutely no way that it was going to be comfortable to sit at the ballpark. And while I am disappointed because I was looking forward to seeing the game, I am happy that I get to see all of you. So there is a positive that comes out of it because I get to hang out with my friends. So what I'm going to be reading tonight is I'm working on the same stuff I was working on last week. I'm reading Wizard and Glass by Stephen King. I have made progress since I saw you all last time. I am at chapter 8 at page 404, hoping to make at least like 50 to 60 pages worth of progress tonight. That would be pretty good if I get that done. And then just as kind of like a wind down for the evening, I'll probably end up reading some from my 100 Hikes of a Lifetime book. And I'm really enjoying this. I'm just taking my time because this isn't a typical book. This is like a coffee table book. So it's not exactly something that I need to rush through. So I mean, it could be another month before I actually finish this. But yeah, that's pretty much going to be it for me tonight. So please let me know what it is that you're going to be reading or working on. And as always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on what temperature it is there. Yesterday, it was because we had turned there was no AC running or anything. It was like 77 in the house, which I am perfectly comfortable with because I'm somebody that likes to be warm. As you can tell by the fact that I've got long sleeves and I'm also wearing pants, it is not that warm in the house anymore. So I might end up actually putting my heater on. I need to go and put on a pair of socks because I just realized right before I got on live that I'm not actually wearing any socks. So hopefully you are comfortable wherever you are and you're in a place that's really cozy. I will be going and getting water to drink because I also just realized that I didn't bring that in here with me. So good job me. But I did eat dinner and I made a new recipe that I've never made before. And I got bone-in chicken thighs, and I basically, in a cast iron skillet, ended up taking like chicken broth, shallots, seasonings, let's see, artichoke hearts, entire slices of lemon, and I think it was 5 chicken thighs. And I got the chicken kind of like partially cooked to begin with, so it got like that nice golden brown color on the top, and then I baked it with asparagus as a side. And I'm extremely happy with the way the recipe turned out. I thought it was super good and was on definitely the healthier side. And I love dark meat. If I'm going to have chicken, I prefer dark meat personally. But yeah, I'm good. I'm feeling full, feeling like I'm ready to read tonight. So I'm going to just go grab my water during the first sprint. But let me know what it is that you're also eating tonight, or if you have like anything special you're doing, because that sounds like fun. Rob, it was the first one in. Hi, Rob. Good to see you. And he is, of course, commenting the sunshine because he knows that if I'm here, it is not nice weather. Grab a drink, grab a snack. That's right. And Kat is here. Hi, Kat. Kat says, hey, Alex and Rob, happy Friday to everyone. I'll be reading Beatrix Potter's Gardening Life this evening, hopefully finishing it since the Cozy Cottage Book Club meeting is tomorrow. Well, my fingers are crossed for you, Kat. Did you say that the meeting is in the morning? Because if it's not in the morning, I guess you have a little bit more time. And Mary's here. Hi, Mary. Mary says, hello, folks. I'm starting The Fisherman's Gift and NetGalley by Julia R. Kelly to continue procrastinating writing 14 NetGalley reviews. That's a lot of reviews to need to do. So I completely understand that's a little overwhelming. And Mary says hello to Rob and Kat. Kat says hey to Mary. And Rob says, hello, Kat. I'm reading Philip K. Dick's A Maze of Death. Wonderful. I still need to read my first Philip K. Dick. That might happen this year. And Rob says, Mary, hello. Mary says 6 away from 1,000. That's crazy. 1,000 reviews. Is that what you're saying? Or no? Wait. Is that what you're saying? Surely not. Mary, tell me. And Heidi's here. Hi, Heidi. Heidi says, hello. I started Weave World and the Man Who Fell to Earth. I have never heard of that, Heidi, but hopefully you're having a great time with it. And Angela's here. Hi, Angela. Angela says, hi, Alex. And Sir Francis, thank you. You always acknowledge Sir Francis, and that brings me joy. I'll be finishing up Pippi Longstocking for middle grade March tonight, and then moving on to a classic of some kind, maybe Phantom of the Opera or A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. Am I the only one that's never heard of that? I have never heard of A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. So I don't even know what that's about. I mean, I'm just going to assume maybe it's a tree, but I don't think that that's right. Maybe the tree's a metaphor. He said, haven't decided. Let me know what that is supposed to be about. I'm curious. And Anna's here. Hi, Anne. Anne says, happy Friday, reading Paradiso 17 by Hannah Lilith Asadi. Out of the 8 that I have read from the Women's Prize for Fiction long list, this one is the best. Well, wonderful. I'm glad you're enjoying it so much. Rob was saying hi, or saying hello to Heidi. And Carmen's here. Hi, Carmen. Carmen says, hi, Alex and chat crew. Good to see you. And Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. Happy Friday, Jamie. She says, hello, Alex and chat. And Stina's here. Hi, Stina. Stina says, hello, Alex, Sir Francis, and friends. Thank you very much for saying hello to Sir Francis. And Heidi says, Angela, I read A Tree Grows in Brooklyn and liked it. Okay, well, then both of you can tell me what that's supposed to be about. And Heidi says, Rob, I look forward to your review of Maze of Death. And Stina says, I'll be starting several different books and seeing which one captures my attention the best. I have heard of people doing challenges where they read the first chapter of like 10 books and then they figure out which book was the one that kind of got them from the beginning, and then they just decide to go with that one, which I do think is a pretty good idea, especially if you're in a reading slump and you're just trying to find something that will grab you. Solid. Jamie says, I'll be reading the Seven Dials mystery and working on some chores. Lovely. And Eleanor, hi, Eleanor. Eleanor says, hi, I'll be reading The Secret of Secrets today. I've never heard of that, but that's a good title. Rob says, Keaton, I'm going with chimichangas. I have had Mexican for the last 3 nights. I made, for the first time ever, homemade enchiladas, which turned out awesome, by the way. I was super happy. Also, if you ever make homemade enchiladas, my pro tip is always use corn tortillas. Do not use flour tortillas. Corn tortillas are healthier for you, and they taste way better, in my opinion. I had like my first experience using corn tortillas last year when I made like homemade tacos for the first time, and I was like, I cannot believe that I have been eating flour tortillas this whole time. But yeah, I have eaten Mexican for the last 3 nights because yesterday I also went out to eat with a friend and ended up getting fajitas also with corn tortillas. And Kirsten's here. Hi, Kirsten. Kirsten says, happy Friday. I hope you're feeling well. Alex, I'll be reading a cozy mystery. Thank you very much for your well wishes. Kat actually was super sweet and had messaged me earlier today as well, asking how I was doing. And actually, physically, I'm doing pretty well. I'm over the cold weather as much as I think everybody else is. But I know it's going to be nice on Sunday. And I think we're going to have some decent weather on Monday. And I'm off on Monday. So I should be able to go for a hike. I was joking with everybody this week because last weekend between Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I hiked 9 miles and walked an additional 2 on Sunday, like just out and about with friends. So I had a very physically active outdoorsy weekend last time. And I felt like this week with the weather fluctuating and kind of being awful that I was like, man, this is my payback for having such a glorious weekend that I spent with people that I love just being outside. And Angela says, same crazy weather here too. Hail the size of lemons. Lemons? What? Just 20 miles south of me, the weather woman brought some frozen specimens into the newsroom this morning. Oh my God. I am so happy that none of that was anywhere near me, fortunately. So that sounds terrible. That's awful. And those poor people, well, I should say, as long as those people have homeowners insurance, pretty much everybody there's probably getting a new roof. A paid for new roof, which is still better than what I had to do because I had to pay for mine out of pocket. But Angela says chicken thighs are my favorite. Never understood my mother's love of the chicken breast. Yeah, I love dark meat now. When I was growing up, I didn't understand what dark meat was, and I had family members that were really averse to it. And when other people told me things were gross, I assumed that they were, so I wouldn't eat them either. Because when I was a kid, I was an extremely picky eater. I was like this big when I was a kid because I barely ate anything. I was very finicky about it. But now that I'm older and I can like do my own cooking and I can make things the way that I like them, I recognize that dark meat in many cases, in many recipes anyway, is superior. There are some that chicken breast is good for over thighs, but if you're just going to eat the chicken, I think thighs are really good. And Mary says 1,000 subs for you. Oh, you're talking about me. Oh, you're talking about me. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, it's what am I? I thought I was like 5 or something away earlier. No, I gained 1 and lost 1 in the time since I've seen you all because it just fluctuates all the time. Yeah, 6 says 6 away from 1,000. I bet you if or not if, but when I make my next like sci-fi review or my like individual independent review, that would probably be the thing that will tip it over at that point. So I gotta like it's hard because I'm not somebody that does typically read big chunky series like this. And so because I'm dedicated to reading this with Kat, I'm wanting to focus my attention on this because I'm afraid if I start trying to read something else, I'm going to be even more behind. And I don't want to do that, especially because next month is the next book club book and we're going to be reading The Measure. So I'm like, I feel like I'm on hold for reading anything else because I know that I'm not going to be able to devote my time appropriately to reading something I would do a review of. So we'll see. And Heidi says there's a big college basketball game on tonight for New Yorkers. We'll be watching the end. Awesome. That's cool. Kat says Barry is supposed to be grilling us steaks for dinner. Ooh, the CC meeting is at 10 a.m., but I have SMM. Oh, wait, SMM. Oh, yeah, your Saturday Morning Momentum, of course. From 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. It's the kind of book, if I don't finish in time, it will be okay. Oh, it's a nonfiction. Okay. Gotcha. Alex facepalm. I do that all the time, Rob. I'm good at that. I also joke at work that I'm good at getting in trouble. I just have that knack. And Jamie says, Heidi Weaver World or Weave World. Love it. And Heidi says David Bowie starred in the movie The Man Who Fell to Earth. The author Tevis also wrote Mockingbird, which was great. Okay, I've never heard of that either. And Talcana's here. Hi, Talcana. Talcana says still working. And everyone wants all the things on a Friday. No, I'm sorry. I wish for you that will be over very quickly. And Kat says, A Tree Grows in Brooklyn is a classic coming of age story. Oh, a good old contemporary. Well, I guess, do you guys consider contemporary to only be like set in our time? Because I know contemporary also usually has the stipulation that it's about somebody like growing up and coming of age. I guess I think about those both as in our time right now in the present and also a coming of age story. So let me know what you think about that. But Anne says, if I enjoyed it, it will probably not be on the short list. No, don't say that. You might get lucky. And Chris is here. Hi, Chris. Chris says, hello, Alex. I read Art Cure, which I really recommend. I'm in between books at the moment. What is Art Cure about? Like, what genre is that? And Angela says, about a girl growing up in Brooklyn in the early 1900s, dreams, hopes, family life, etc., published in 1943. Whoa, what a turbulent time for that to be published in. And Jamie says, now I want Mexican for dinner. Go get you a fajita or whatever it is that you want. I think you should. I'll be the little devil on your shoulder. Heidi says, Tree Grows in Brooklyn is about a young girl from an immigrant family around the early 1900s. I think it was a movie too. Okay. So she was also an immigrant. And Stina says, I'll probably extend my Vafalda. Hang on. Verfaldigen? I'm assuming that's German. Celebration another day with waffles and sausage gravy. That sounds like fun. Are you a fan of chicken and waffles? I recognize that I am, but I have almost no place that I can get good chicken and waffles. And Teresa's here. Hi, Teresa. Teresa says, hello, all, and hello to you. Angela says, Heidi, I've heard nothing but good things about A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. And Heidi says, Jamie, I've heard only great things about Weave World from Cat, too. He said, yeah, dark meat is gross. Angela says, dark meat is more flavorful, in my opinion. I wouldn't say it's more flavorful either way. To me, it's just juicier. That's my thing. And Rob's grossed out by dark meat. Stina, dark meat is slimy and icky. Angela, are we the only ones? Are we the only ones here to represent dark meat crew? And Chris is here. Hi, Carissa. Good to see you. And she says, hey. And a cat says, I love dark meat. And there we go. I got another one. Yay, cat. Thanks. Give me a drumstick or a thigh anytime. I do love a good drumstick. Yum. And Anne says, my friend that owns the independent bookstore downtown called earlier. She found a box of used New York Review books outside the store. She asked if I wanted free books. Yes, I want them. Well, that's awesome. Kat says, we can take a Dark Tower break after Wizard and Glass. No, we don't have to do that, Kat, because we're like on track. And I want us to be able to finish the series this year. Like, we can create like a fresh slate, if you will, in 2027 at that point. But, we can see how we feel after this one. I definitely am enjoying Wizard and Glass. I love young Roland. I love him. I think I enjoy young Roland meeting Susan and hanging out with Elaine and Cuthbert even more than I enjoy adult Roland personally. So yeah, he's fun and he's got his own like level of charm and he's very astute. And I like that he was smart even at a young age, which is pretty cool. And Zach says, hello. Hi, Zach. I'm reading A Perfect Match by Rachel Summers, which is pretty much guaranteed to be my new favorite sports romance. Wonderful. Nan says she closes at 6, so she's going to drop them off. That's super nice of your friend. Krista says, that's how I feel about my current reads. I'm reading Needful Things, and I haven't been reading much else. Yes, I have read Needful Things. That was a book from Stephen King that I did really enjoy. It wasn't like top of the top favorites, but I ended up really liking it, so hopefully you will as well. Heidi says, Alex, if you do a video from the entire Dark Tower, when you finish, you could get a crazy amount of views. It's super popular. A Wheel of Time review would blow up the channel. Yeah, that's probably true. God, a whole, like a video of nothing but like all the Dark Tower books. That would be so much. That would be a lot. And Krista says, I want to read The Dark Tower. Yeah, I definitely would recommend it. I don't think that all of the books are equally good. And I'm saying that as somebody who, we're only in the 4th one out of 7, but every single one, even if I haven't liked it as much as another book, it ends in such a way that I really want to know what's going to happen in the next one. So I do think that it keeps the momentum, I don't know if you want to say the vibe, but the like overall impression I get from each book, because they were written so many years apart, is like the voice and kind of like what the characters are going through are all very different. And Kat, you can let me, I'm assuming that you probably agree about that, but I want to hear in your own words for everybody else what you think. I think that each book has its own unique voice and perspective for the characters, even if the through line of their personalities is the same. And I hope that that makes sense. And Stina says, contemporary is weird in that it means current day as well as during their own time. Okay. So theoretically, could it? Well, I would consider if it's from the 1900s to be a historical fiction at that point. I don't think I would say that that's contemporary. But it is a coming of age story, so I don't know. And Stina says, Fafeldagen is Swedish for Waffle Day. Oh, it's March 25th. Waffle Day. What a good day. And Chris says, Our Cure is a nonfiction book at how the creative arts can have psychological, physical benefits for people. It's scientific based. It's written by a scientist who looks at dementia, strokes, PTSD, etc. Well, that sounds really interesting. That's awesome. I love that. Zach says, I absolutely love dark meat. Got 4 people, dark meat people. And Carmen says, Dark meat crew here, 5. I got 5. And Stina says, I actually got chicken strips to go with my waffles and gravy, but I decided the sausage was plenty of protein. Yeah, sausage and waffles is a new one for me. Either way, I'd want maple syrup. Teresa says, No, I love dark meat. 6. I grew up calling the leg. I was the youngest of 6. Awesome. Angela says, Yep, juicier. I was going to use the M word, moist, but I thought I'd spare everyone the mention of that word. I won't, because I am such a stickler about that when people tell me like, oh, I hate that word, because I feel like people saying that is contagious. Like people don't think about that word until somebody else says it. They think it's gross. And then all of a sudden, like an entire group of people are like, oh, the word moist is terrible. I ask people this, would you prefer a moist cake or a dry cake? And every single time people answer moist, because to me, that's what I think of every time I hear that word. I don't think of like something gross. I think of a cake. And to me, that is the most delicious cake. And that's my opinion. And Naomi's here. Hi, Naomi. Naomi says, hello. I will be focusing on the Atonement Child and Max in the House of Spies. Cool. And Kirsten says, I haven't had chicken in almost 49 years, but I'm pretty sure I didn't like the dark meat. And Stina says, I have made some vague plans to get fancy waffles at Urban Egg, but Tuesday wiped me out and I didn't feel like leaving the house. Totally understandable. Toaster waffles to the rescue. Go Eggo! Kirsten says, oops, almost 40 years. I mean, I was going to say that's a little, 49's a long time. I think you're younger than that. And Heidi says, yes, a break forever after Wizard and Glass is recommended. You will find out. You are lucky people like me can warn you about the last 3. Well, you've definitely put something in my head about like what exactly is going to happen on the adventure. Like it may be that the ending isn't satisfying, and we'll definitely report back to everybody when we're done reading them about like how we felt about the end of the series. And Anne says, they don't sell used books. Why would someone just leave a box of books and not say anything? She said they are all translated literature. I don't know. People do really weird things, honestly. That's like people who drop off their like literal garbage at Goodwill. Like, why would you do that? I don't know. And Kat says, I'm loving Wizard and Glass despite the 2 gross characters. Yes, yes. There are absolutely deplorable characters in this book. And I have a feeling it's going to get worse. And Chris says, I don't think I've read a new Stephen King book. I read Carrie a few years back, and that was the last one I read, which ironically is the first one he published. I thought it was intriguing, but I've been told it's not typical of his usual work. Definitely not anymore. I mean, his voice and style overwhelmingly has changed since his earlier books, which I think is why there can be a strong divide between people who really love his older works when he was like coked out of his mind, or when he was high on painkillers all the time because of his motorcycle accident that he was in, or they love the newer voice because they feel that the newer voice is more thoughtful and more just generally accepting of like different kinds of people. Stephen King used the N word an inordinate amount of times in some of his older works, like The Shining. The Shining had it a lot. And Heidi says, King got into that accident, just rushed the last books as he faced death and just wanted to finish it. Well, and he struggled, I mean, because he wrote about that in the intros for the books that we've had so far. And he talks about how difficult it was for him to continue with Roland. And like he knew the type of story that he wanted it to be, but he would get overwhelmed by the amount of people who would write him and be like, can you please just finish this? Like he had people who were older or who were cancer patients and stuff like that who would literally write him and be like, I'm dying. Can you please finish this before I die? And like he couldn't get it out. So the fact that, I mean, he did eventually get to the end, regardless of how it goes, he finished it. So good for him. Rob says, Cat, they like Dark Tower meat, right? Grissa says, I'm starting 11/22/63. Good book next month. And I think that I'm going to take a break from King for a while since I have read so many in a row. I may start it later this year. That's absolutely fair. Was it my first year that I started reading Stephen King? It might have been my second. I think I read like 13 of his books in 1 year. No, that can't be right. I think it was somewhere close to 10 in 1 year because I was just, like, hooked on him, and now I usually kinda spread them out a little bit more, but I do usually enjoy, I mean, I've liked most of them. I can't think of a single book I've read of his where I just hated it. That hasn't happened, but the one that I disliked the most was The Talisman that he wrote with Peter Staub, because I could just tell that Peter Staub's voice was taking over, or like was more pronounced in there than the way that King typically wrote, and I just didn't really like it, which is funny because those books tie in with The Dark Tower, and he's writing the last one by himself since Peter Staub died, and that's going to be coming out soon. So, but I don't intend to return to those. Mm-mm. Though I guess, wait, he did say that this one that he's writing could be read independently of The Talisman and The Black House. So I might be able to read it. I might. And Angela says it's mostly considered a historical fiction. Yeah, that makes sense. You said it. Yeah, I'm not afraid of that word. Yeah, Heidi's in it with me. Moist cake. And Kat says, I agree 100%, Alex. The books are not all created equal. However, they are all important for the cohesiveness of the story and Roland's quest. Agreed. I could see myself rereading it, but with the other books. In the Dark Tower universe. Oh, got you. Yeah, sorry, that was a complete statement. There we go. And Maddie's here. Hi, Maddie. Maddie says, agree, moist is a perfectly good word, and there is no suitable substitute in many instances. No one wants to hear the cake is pleasantly damp. Oh, I love that. Yeah, damp cake. Now that sounds disgusting. And Chris says, I don't understand the hysteria around the word moist. Did people attend some committee meeting I missed where it was decided to dislike the word? I don't know, it like certain phobias that get talked about a lot on the internet. Like, what is that one where like people have the fear of like small holes? It's like tryptophobia or something like that. Like that one got put everywhere. And I feel like the more people talk about something and the more people become aware, it suddenly like you can kind of almost like develop an aversion to something that would not have otherwise bothered you just because people won't stop talking about it. That's kind of my theory about it. I don't think that it's because a lot of people actually dislike the word. It's just that it's been insinuated that it's disgusting. So then they feel disgust towards that thing. But that's just me. And Teresa says, Naomi, I love Max. I gave it 5 stars. And there we go. Kat says, yes, Rob, Dark Me and Dark Tower Me. The Dark Tower series is meaty. That it is. Yes, because this book it's like 1,000 and how many pages? I have to be careful because I don't want to accidentally like read the last words. 1,010 pages. And Stina says, A Tree Grows in Brooklyn is semi-autobiographical, I think. Anyway, a common usage of contemporary is to say somebody was a contemporary of another person. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. And Rob says, Kat, please stop. And Kat says, in more ways than one, Rob. And Stina says, I get confused. It gets confusing in literature because if I write a contemporary novel set in my current time, it will technically still be a contemporary novel 50 years from now. That is an interesting way to think about it. I'd never really considered that. And Angela says, on another topic, Tiger was in another rollover crash today. He can't seem to keep a vehicle in an upright position. I just heard there are no serious injuries. Tiger? Who's Tiger? And Angela says, laughing at Maddie, And Kat says junior high students put moist and thick in the realm of words that conjure up disgust. Same with balls and duty. Duty. Oh. That's funny. Who is I'm sorry, Angela. I must be completely out of the loop. I'm trying to think who. Oh, Tiger Woods. Okay, I was like, that's the only Tiger I know. I didn't know that he was in a car accident. I had no idea. Yes, the golfer. Here's this Tiger. Yeah, the golf guy. The golf guy who cheated on his wife. Because I'll never forget that. Neither will Barker. You can hear him in the background. All right, everybody, I am going to put our first 45 minutes up on the clock, and I'm going to give you all your first question of the evening, which is going to be, do you consider yourself to be a thrill seeker? And if yes, what is the most daring thing you've done or want to do? I may have had some version of this question in the past, but we've got enough new people that I feel like I could ask it again if I ever have asked this, so I think it's all right. But I am going to go back into Wizard and Glass. I'm also going to go get my water. This is your reminder to drink your water. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I read about 25 pages, made it to 429. So definitely made some good progress during that last sprint. Felt like I was really focused while I was reading, which was nice. And before we left, I asked you all the question: do you consider yourself to be a thrill seeker? And if yes, what is the most daring thing you've done or want to do? And Anne says it was just announced that Tiger Woods was arrested for impaired driving. That does not surprise me because I think he sucks. Heidi says, I was a thrill seeker when I was younger to a point I chickened out of ziplining in Costa Rica. See, I would 100% do that, Heidi. I would love to do like the longest zip lines in the world and stuff. That would be really cool. Kirsten says, I am the opposite of a thrill seeker. I'm a safety seeker. Literally every single new thing I ever do that is out of my comfort zone, which is everything, feels like the most daring thing I've done. And I respect and understand that. Stina says, no, I tend to like staying cozy at home with occasional well-planned excursions. I'd say ziplining was my most daring escapade, but it was at Soaring, Colorado, which is obsessed with safety. And see, I think that that's a good thing to bring up because I do consider myself to be a thrill seeker, but I am a thrill seeker in the sense that, like, I have a reasonable expectation of my safety. I am not one of those people that wants to go climb a sheer cliff face with like no harness equipment, right? Like, I don't have a desire to go and not be able to breathe any oxygen while climbing Mount Everest. Like, there's a certain limit to the things that I want to do. But I also think that certain activities that seem extremely daring can be very safe when done with the right people. So, like, for example, one of the things I would really like to do is to go skydiving one day. That's a dream that my dad has. I would totally go do that with my dad. I mean, the maximum, like, kind of like scary thing I've done zip lining, which I don't really consider to be scary. When I was younger, I don't know if you all have ever been to an amusement park where like you are laying horizontal in a harness and they raise you up and you have to pull the ripcord and you swing. So like I've done that, which is really fun. I've always loved roller coasters. I pretty much if you could put me in a safety harness and tell me to do anything, I probably would do it just because I think it sounds like a good time. But yeah, I don't want to like put myself in immediate danger just for the sake of saying that I did something. Like that trend that was going around online of like all these inexperienced, wealthy young people like just attempting to climb Mount Everest with like no training or experience at all. And they're like taking videos of themselves, like with their lips being blue and their faces being chapped because they had no idea what they were getting into, telling people, like, I don't know why I did this. It's like, because you were dumb. That's why you did it. Like, I don't want to do that. So, reasonable expectation of safety. And Carmen says, I consider myself daring or stupid. You decide. I once climbed a tree and rode it to the ground while a friend's older brother chopped it down. Okay, that was stupid. How tall was the tree? And Stina says, despite my crippling fear of heights, it was wonderfully enjoyable experiencing. Excuse me, sorry. It was a wonderfully enjoyable experience, and I highly recommend it. I would love to do stuff like that, Stina. And Heidi says that books are way to thrill seek in the safety of our homes. In Left Hand of Darkness, I just traveled across an ice sheet on a sled. That was several chapters too. That's true, Heidi. You get to learn about all sorts of things in books than other people's experiences, terrifying and otherwise. And Sina says, so I guess I'll go with whitewater rafting. Oh, I would love to do that. 100% I want to do that at some point. Colorado River would be super cool, which I have done 3 times. The last time I survived Seidel's Suckhole, where people do routinely die. So I will call that daring. Oh my goodness. Well, good on you. That sounds adventurous for sure. Another example of something that I enjoy doing is spelunking. Like, I think caves are really cool, but I am not one of those people that wants to do underwater cave diving where you have an extremely high chance of dying. Like, no, that's a hard pass. And Kat says, I love adventures, but I'm not a thrill seeker. I have a fear of heights. However, I do like roller coasters. Roller coasters are so fun. Actually, one of my earlier dates when I was with Keaton. I didn't really know at the time that he wasn't a roller coaster guy, and bless his heart, at the beginning of our relationship, basically anything I recommended we do, he was just like, "Yeah, I'll do that." And that was how he met my friends Dylan and Cody, is we met them at an amusement park, and it just so happened to be raining when we showed up. So when we got on our first coaster, where we had ponchos on, and he had bought like this little string to put his glasses on, and we were on, like, it was like one of the tallest and fastest rides at the park, and when it ended, his poncho was ripped, his glasses were askew, we were all like drenched in water, and I was having a perfectly fun time, but I looked at him and I was absolutely terrified, because I was like, in the sense of, I'm like, I drug this person here to meet my friends to do something that he very clearly did not want to do. But the crazy thing is, by the end of the day, because I have two pictures of him, I have one from the first ride of how he was doing, and by the end of the day, and he was having a great time by the end of the experience. He said that like something in him just broke. Like he was like just hysterically having a good time. We have not ridden roller coasters since then. Poor Keaton, but he was so brave in the beginning of our relationship. I really think he was trying to impress me, bless his heart. And Zach says, thrill seeker, no. I'm pretty much unthrillable. LOL. Skydiving would be a boring waste of time and money. Sarcastically, yay, a nearly entirely safe mass produced thrill. See, that's what I'm saying, is like it is a safe experience. But it would be, to me, it would be thrilling, just because I've never done something like that before. I think I would have like a little bit of nerves at the thought of jumping out of the plane, but I 100% would be able to do it. Like I know that I would. And Stina says, our guide pulled us out of the river at one point and we hiked ahead to watch raft after raft after raft flip. And he told us we wouldn't flip if we followed his very precise instructions. You never saw a more attentive group of people. Absolutely. And you had an awesome guide for doing that, because that is their job, is to keep you safe. And he did his job. And Kirsten says, reincarnating into this human form is the most daring thing I've ever done. And I've been terrified ever since. I like that. Stina says, I enjoy most roller coasters. However, the old ones are hard on my joints, and the new ones have those over the shoulder harnesses that will not accommodate my bust. I completely understand what you're saying, because wooden coasters were my favorite when I was growing up, but now they shake the ever living crap out of me. They just like rattle my bones. And then some of the ones, not all of them, but some of the ones that are the overhead, if it's a ride where you're like doing a lot of flips, or it's just jerky and it's not a smooth ride, my head bounces back and forth like in the part that sits right here, and I will end that ride with a horrible headache. And I am not somebody that gets headaches, but you're just like taking trauma to your head the entire ride. So yeah, the ones that are really smooth and like the newer coasters are awesome. I really like those. I did have an experience once. I don't know if I ever told you all this. There was a coaster I had gotten on. I think it was the tallest one in the country, I believe. But something happened to me that had never happened before. So I went to a park with my mom, and this was years ago. And we got on that coaster. And while we were on the descent from the very highest peak, I actually, for just a very brief moment, passed out. Like, and it wasn't because I was scared or anything. It was like the intense rush of blood, like like either from or to my head. I blacked out. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't see anything. I knew, like, I was still consciously aware, but everything else was gone. And I came to, and we got off of the ride, and I looked at my mom and I was like, that has never happened before, but I can't ride this again today because I'm actually scared that I might pass out. And I was great the rest of the time, but that one coaster I did not go back on. I probably would try it again now. Something weird might have been happening that day, but I was like, what the heck is this? It's weird. But Stina says, and if the posted warnings are any indication, they could still be too hard on my joints. That is super fair. Teresa says, read 20 pages of my graphic novel, Be Prepared by Vera Brosgol. Now moving on to listening to The Woman in the Library. Wonderful. Teresa says, no to the question unless you call thrill-seeking reading thrillers. Honestly, I would say I probably have had my heart rate spike more reading certain thrillers than being on certain roller coasters. And Anne says, I'll be back in a few. I need to be the book rescuer. Get your free books, girl. And Rob says, not a thrill seeker. Kirsten says, I'm shocked that a bunch of people who gather together on the internet to read are not a bunch of daredevils. That's true, but it takes all kinds. It really does. And Stina says, I got a little bit into the Hacienda. I think I'm going to enjoy this one. I know I have the paperback here somewhere. So now I'm hunting for that. Sweet. That's great. Jamie says, I am not a thrill seeker. And Tokana says, no, not a thrill seeker. And Kirsten says, that sprint I just ate and had a little post-meal nap. That's lovely. And Naomi says, this sprint I read a couple of chapters of Max and the House of Spies and finished the chapter of the Atonement Child. Wonderful. And Rob says, ultimate thrill seeker, Travis Pastrana jumped out of a plane without a parachute. Yeah, that's freaking stupid. I mean, I'm sure he had a plan. He had a plan, but that's crazy. If nobody knows about the unsolved mystery of the guy who like robbed a bunch of money from a plane and like jumped out and parachuted down and they never figured out who it was. I know he has a nickname. They call him something. I can't think of what they call him right now, but that was an interesting story. Naomi says, am I a thrill seeker? I actually did go ziplining in Costa Rica. I would say at least a little bit. I would say at least a little bit. Mary says, not a thrill seeker. I think it also depends, like, whether that's something you get excited to do or if it's like, hey, this opportunity has presented itself and you can make yourself do it. Because, like, I have a cousin who will do zip lines, but when she's on them, she screams bloody murder, just like out of pure terror. Meanwhile, me, I like hang there doing the flying squirrel and I just like spin around and I'm having a good time. Like, that very different vibe. And Angela says, I thought he got his life back on track. Not good. Talking about Tiger Woods. Jamie says, I got to start on the dishes. Finish chapter 20 in the Seven Dials mystery. Very good. Stina says, go to Soaring, Colorado. They are also about protecting the trees and don't nail the platforms into the trees. And you get there by train. Oh, that's fun. I might have to be another trip. It will have to be another trip, Stina, but I definitely want to go to Colorado more than once. And Heidi says, never go skydiving. You can hurt your back, especially with the tandem ones. Yeah, and when you do I hadn't heard that about the hurting your back, but I know when you do skydiving for the first time, you're required to do tandem. Makes me wonder what kind of back injuries people get and like how that happens. If somebody just like lands on top of you or like rolls on top of you, maybe. I don't know. And Stina says, steam train. That's even cooler. Angela says, not a thrill seeker. I left that to my wild and crazy brothers. So wild and adventurous. Zach says, I've walked towards gunfire. LOL. Yeah, that definitely, you're on a higher level there, Zach, than pretty much all the rest of us. Stina says, I grew up in a cave state, Missouri, and my brother was a big into caving. I'll stick with Fantastic Caverns. You ride through the cave in a tram. Still fun. Jamie says, I have a fear of heights and serious motion sickness, not a recipe for a daredevil. Oh, I guess I just remembered this, Stina, talking about the cave. I did ziplining in a cave once with my dad. And the way that they build the zip lines is they mount telephone poles, like wooden telephone poles, through the floor of the cave. And so they're like very, very high up. And, you know, if you've ever been on a zip line, what they have to do is like they have to walk you out to the platform and you've got your safety harness on. And at no point in time are you ever in any danger. But I was standing on the edge of this platform and the platform was swaying. And we were really high up. And I have never in my life been like so scared that I was going to fall, even though I knew that I was okay. But like I couldn't get my brain to accept, like my body to accept that I was fine. And the guy, we were the last two on the platform because he was the person that was taking us on the tour. And I had this intense urge to just like grab him and his harness because I genuinely thought I was just going to like fall backwards. That was really scary. Now, after I was hooked up, to the zip line and I could jump off, I was perfectly fine, but it was like standing there on the platform while it was swaying, waiting to be ready. That was the scariest part. And it was the very last one, too. All the other ones were very mild. It was the last zip line of the adventure. And Stina says, actually, there are many great cave tours in the Ozarks. Marble Cave inside Silver Dollar City is probably my favorite. Keaton really wants to take me to Silver Dollar City, so I'm sure I'll get there at some point. And Eleanor says, I'm not a thrill seeker, but had the opportunity to take gliding lessons when I was 19. I soloed about 10 times, then decided piloting was not for me. But that's super cool. Those gliders are awesome. Oh, Stina, yes, DB Cooper. Thank you. DB Cooper. And Mary says, I read 36 pages in The Fisherman's Gift. Yeah, Rob saying DB Cooper as well. Thank you. Zach says, I don't remember it, but they do have a really good idea of who DB Cooper probably was. The guy was ex-military, and they found the parachute he probably used in storage after he died. Well, he got away scot-free his entire life, and they never figured it out while he was alive. So that is pretty incredible by today's standards. It's awesome. Wild. I mean, I'm not saying awesome in the sense that like anybody should rob a plane and then jump out of it, but when you're very far removed in history from something and you get to hear a story like that, it's crazy. All right, everybody, I will get us set up for the next sprint. We've had some awesome conversations tonight, a lot of chit chatty bits, not bitch, which I do enjoy. So I will get us set up for the next sprint. And my next question for you all is going to be, would you rather never get angry or never be envious? I think this is quite a philosophical question, personally. And I am going to jump back into Wizard and Glass. Got another 45 minutes up on the clock. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I ended up spending part of that sprint, probably the majority of the sprint actually, just chatting with Keaton. So I didn't get as much reading done, but I made it to page 440. So I definitely am going to hit my goal for the evening of reading 50 pages because I'm only 10 pages away from that. And I still have a lot of energy left to read tonight for the story. So feeling really good about my pace right now. It's awesome. Sometimes the focus is just, it hits just right. And I guess this is one of those nights. So before we left to ask you all the question, would you rather never get angry or never be envious? And Cena says, I would rather never be envious. Anger can be very valid and useful. Envy, not so much. I 100% agree. That is exactly the way that I feel. And Sherry came in and says, hi, sprint hopping, hugging, like button. I choose never be envious. I said, hi, Sherry, bye, Sherry, and thank you. And Jamie says, I absolutely agree with Stina. Anger can be a healthy and useful thing. Envy is not. You only have to look at the daily news to see why. 100% agree. Zach says, growing up being one step above a house plant on my family's priority list, it made both things I had to burn out of myself. Controlled anger has a use, so a fraction of that got to survive. Yeah, absolutely. Makes perfect sense. And you said, but envy is among the things I spent 14 years totally eliminating. Well, honestly, I would kind of view that as being a healthy thing because I wish I didn't have any level of envy at all for people. And I would argue in most circumstances, I don't. But when it hits, it feels like it's just like a knife, like it's something that works into my brain and I can't stop thinking about. And I wish that I just didn't have any of that at all. I mean, I don't think I'll ever be able to not be mad about things because there's just certain things that are worth being angry at. But yeah, I would very much appreciate just no feeling of envy or jealousy at all. And Angela says, I can get angry, but I'm not an envious person. That's great. I'm more focused on my own path, not others' paths. I'm not into social comparison. While I've accepted my lot in life, I will always cheer you on. You're so sweet, Angela. Thank you. You're lovely. And Rob says, Heidi Mays, 2 stars. That's happening. Oh, wait, it isn't, but wait, it is. Is it? No, it isn't. Wait. Oh, no. That should be your whole review. That's perfect. And says, well, now I have 22 more books. Congratulations. 22 books richer. And Kirsten says, I would rather never get angry because there would be a lot of power in that level of calm. I find mild envy kind of useful because it points you towards what you want in life. Anger feels self defeating. I also respect your feeling about that. I do think that anger, if it's very intense, can be blinding sometimes. And people who like maintain like zen at all points, like the rare day when I'm just like very peaceful and happy are always days when I feel my best. Like I don't ever like being angry. And I've recognized recently, I was just talking about this with a friend, where I recognize that I am angry a lot more than I normally am. And so that's indicating to me that something is wrong because I'm not naturally, at least I don't think I'm naturally a very angry person unless things just seem deeply unfair, which there's a lot of that going on. But I mean, even in just like work and stuff that I see where I'm like, that could be different if people just cared to change it and they don't. And, that's extremely frustrating and also can cause burnout. Envy, being a tool to kind of like point you to what you want. I think it definitely can be, but I also think sometimes we spend time chasing things that we think that we want, but they're not right for us, which is why I think, at least in my case, envy would not benefit me at all because I want to like have my own path rather than like chasing the path I've seen somebody else go just because it worked for them. And I hope that makes sense. Carmen says, I'd rather never be envious. Kirsten says, just ended up talking on the phone with a friend that sprint Friday night phone calls. Oh, that's nice, though. I hope you had a great conversation with your friend. Jamie says, went to the library to pick up The Measure and then had to pick up Taco Bell. Yay for The Measure for our book club next month. And also yay for Taco Bell. What is your Taco Bell order? Oh my God, no, that's going to be my next question. Hold on. What is your Taco Bell order? That was not going to be. But I'm really curious now. And it's okay if you all are like, I don't eat Taco Bell. That's fine. But I'm going to ask anyway. So this is your next question. So this is going to be for the next sprint, another 45 minutes, which I have up on the clock. And I'm going to wish you all a very happy reading. I've got to like turn some of my other lamps on. It looks like the evening sun is finally coming in. How beautiful it is that it's still sunny at almost 2:30 in the evening. It's awesome. I love it so much. Um, oh, that's awesome. Kirsten says, and now I'm envious. And I agree with Angela that that is hilarious. You've inspired me, Jamie, to ask everybody their Taco Bell order, and before long, other people may yet go to Taco Bell. All right. I will wish you all very happy reading, and I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. The sun is finally starting to set, but I'll take it being after 8 p.m. That brings me joy. I did some good reading during that last sprint, and I hit my goal for the evening. I actually just passed it, and I made it to page 458. And I want to get to the end of this chapter, and then I will probably go to my hiking book. And so that means that I need to get to page 467. So I'm actually right there. It's only like 8 pages away. So that's awesome. Doing really, really well tonight. Hopefully your reading has been successful. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is your Taco Bell order? And immediately answered chicken soft tacos. All right. And Kirsten says, I'm vegan, but Taco Bell tests a lot of vegan menu items out at their New York City Herald Square store. So my order is whatever vegan item they are testing out there. That's awesome. I didn't know that they did that. And I love that it's, of course, in New York. That makes so much sense to me. And says another question, does anyone else have more than one copy of the same book, different covers, different editions? I do, yes. There's a couple different books or a few actually. So I have 2 copies of the Martian Chronicles. I have the original one that I bought, which was just a mass market paperback, and I have a leather bound Masterworks of Science Fiction edition from Easton Press. The Ocean at the End of the Lane, I have my original copy that I bought, and I have the like special illustrated edition, which is extremely beautiful. Keaton just this year, yes, this year got me another copy of In the Lives of Puppets because he wanted to get me a signed edition. So I now have 2 copies of In the Lives of Puppets by TJ Klune. I have 2 copies of The Handmaid's Tale. I have one that is, of course, the original copy that I read, and then the second one is from I don't know why I'm forgetting the name of the company. Folio Society. I was going to say I got a bunch of editions back there, the Folio Society editions. I'm trying to think. I have a feeling there's probably another one, but those are the 4 that come at the top of my head. So Eleanor says, way back in the day, I used to love the Bell Burger from Taco Bell. I don't even know what that is. Inquiring minds want to know, do they still offer that item on their menu? I have no clue. I can honestly tell you I've never heard of that, but somebody else more well acquainted with the Taco Bell menu might be able to tell you what they have or used to have. Zach says 2 steak and chicken chalupa supremes, 2 bean burritos, 3 soft taco supremes, and a large Baja Blast with no ice. Is it my birthday, or it's my birthday Taco Bell order when I pull out the stops, plus or minus a couple novelty items? I love that. That is truly a meal of champions, Zach. That's great. When I was growing up, I mean, for many years, my order from Taco Bell was exactly the same. I got 2 soft shell tacos with meat and sour cream only, because again, I was a picky eater, an order of cheesy fiesta potatoes, and the cinnamon twists. That was my whole order. And now these days, if I go to Taco Bell, which is very rare, but I do enjoy Taco Bell, I usually get the Doritos Locos tacos, but I get everything on them because now I like everything, and I make sure that there's always sour cream because if I ever become lactose intolerant, it's just over for me because I eat so much dairy. It's not even funny. But yeah, I still love the cheesy fiesta potato, and I still enjoy the cinnamon twists. And Stina says, last sprint, I listened to The Blood Countess while eating my dinner salad. Ooh, I love a good salad for dinner. And Alicia's here. Hi, Alicia. Alicia says, hello, Alex. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. Just joining. Dinner is done. No family dinner this week. And I'll be reading Misplaced Mercenaries, book 5 by Kevin Petway. Well, wonderful. And Sherry says, Taco Bell is college drunk coded. I can't stand it now. Yuck. So what you're saying is you ate too much of it in a very specific circumstance. That's awesome. Stina says, I learned long ago that Taco Bell food causes me great distress, but I really like their Mexican pizza. I learned how to make my own version. Well, there you go. That's the way to do it. And Jamie says, I really wanted real Mexican, but there was no place close, so I had to settle for Taco Bell. My menu options are limited since I don't eat meat. I got the veggie bowl with added potatoes. Ooh, that's good. I have learned in trying to be better about like eating more protein and watching my macros. I'm not like a freak about it or anything, but just trying to be more cognizant of it. That potatoes apparently are a really great carb, like to replace like rice and stuff. But that's hard for me because I love rice. I haven't been able to cut out rice because I love it, but I do also really love potatoes. I know a lot of people who go to Taco Bell who are vegetarian get like their bean burritos, which I've never tried. I would be curious because I try to eat more vegetarian or pescatarian items than I was because I, trying to do the Mediterranean diet. Mediterranean diet does allow chicken. You just don't, you're not supposed to really eat a ton of it and you're supposed to avoid red meat as much as possible, which I have not been eating much red meat at all lately. So I guess I'm kind of doing good at that. And Rob says, Taco Bell, my side order would be a bottle of Imodium. Oh no. And Alicia says, I haven't had Taco Bell in years, so I don't even know anymore. But I do remember my last order was 2 tacos, the Cinna Twists, and a Dr. Pepper. I might be the only one here. I hope this is not a controversial statement. It will be for Zach. I despise Baja Blast. Hate it. It's just a taste thing. Like I like regular Mountain Dew. I almost never drink it, but I like it just fine. It's just something about the Baja Blast that I don't like it. And Heidi says, I am planning Mexican tomorrow night shrimp quesadillas with all the fixins. That sounds so good, Heidi. Sounds amazing. And Mary says, Cantina chicken bowl or Mexican pizza. You all talking about the Mexican pizza. I've never had that. I'm going to have to go in, but I've never considered ordering it. Jamie says, oh my God, they didn't get the order right. No, girl, I'm so sorry. I ordered one food item and a drink. Instead of a veggie bowl, I got a Mexican pizza with a few potatoes slapped on top. No. Oh, Jamie, no. I hope you can go back and get the right food. Mary says, I didn't know they had potatoes. Yeah, the cheesy fiesta potatoes are fire. He said, at 26% ID enough the fisherman's gift, I cannot connect to the story. Okay. Well, hey, you gave it a good try. A quarter of the way through. That's a solid effort. Kirsten says, listen to a bit of Dead in Dublin by Katie Murphy. It's a good title. Jamie says, ate my sad Taco Bell and continued reading the Seven Dials mystery. Finished chapter 23 currently at page 200 of 284. I'm so sorry. I hate that for you so much. There is like nothing worse to me than like it's when you have like a specific taste for something or like just one thing that you really want and like your order gets messed up or you show up and they tell you that it's not available. It's just like an instant mood killer. Like food is such a personal thing for the majority of people. Like we want what we want in that moment and when we can't get it, it's the worst. Maddie says, I have 6 editions of the Book of the New Sun. Oh wow. That's many editions, but I bet they're all very pretty. And Stina says, most of my multiples are Agatha Christie's. I'm trying to upgrade my collection. I also have multiple copies of Rebecca. I, one day, when I have the space for it and I'm willing to spend the money, because I'm absolutely not willing to spend the money right now, want to get every single library edition of all of the Discworld novels, which is like hundreds of dollars, especially because they ship from the UK. So then you also have to pay the shipping charge on top of that. And that's 41 books. So I'd have to have I would want it would have its own display, you know what I mean, of just the Discworld novels. And I'm not going to let myself do that until after I have read all of them, which I feel is fair. Like, because I'm going to get like the normal editions first. I'll get the special ones later. That's typically the way that I do it. I know sometimes people will buy special editions before they've read a book. I definitely have done that with certain books, but I came to realize after doing that with like a set number that I was like, I don't want to buy special editions of books if I don't know that I love them, because like I don't want to spend that money. So my typical thing, if I get a special edition at all, is that I find a book I love, and then if there's an edition of it that I really want, I end up keeping the first edition that I read, and then I have the special edition too. And Heidi says, Matt, I recently just finished Sword of the Lictor. The Lictor. And Angela says, I haven't had Taco Bell for many years. I always gravitate to the local authentic taco places here. There's just so many. I used to love the chicken chalupas, though. I've never had a chalupa. And I'm also a creature of habit, though. If I find like one thing on a menu that I really love, I pretty much never deviate ever from that thing. I'm very bad about that. Christina says, I started in on Operation Bounce House. Seems promising. Great name. And Zach says, a favorite discontinued Taco Bell item. My top 3 would be the Blackjack Taco, the Mexi Melt, and the Chick Star. I don't know what any of those are, but they all sound fun, especially Blackjack Taco. Jamie says, the Black Bean Crunch Wrap Supreme is a good vegetarian option. Okay, good to know. I might try that one. And Maddie says, Taco Bell refried beans contain lard, so not remotely vegetarian. Oh, well, yeah, I guess that makes sense, because I don't normally eat refried beans, so I wouldn't have known that. But that doesn't surprise me. Angela says, I have 4 editions of The Great Gatsby and 2 of Rebecca. Zach says, that's fine. More Baja Blast for me. Yes, sir. I'll give you can have all of it. You can have my whole lifetime supply. Said, I've even gotten knockoff Baja Blast extract to add to other things. That's a true love right there, Zach. Jamie says, I ordered on the app, so I reported it. They gave me a $10 credit to use later. Well, that's something, I guess, still, like, you should have been able to get the right food. Gosh dang it. Zach says, I do miss the original Baja Blast from the first 2 years it was around. Had originally had a slightly more tart tropic lime flavor, but they made it sweeter. Okay. I might have liked it more if it was more of the tart flavor. JB says, Zach, I also miss the Mexi Melt. Those were my favorite. Eleanor says, on page 263 of 671 in The Secret of Secrets, that's a big book by a Da Vinci Code author, Dan Brown. And Stina says, do they still make Mexican pizza? I know they brought it back, but I thought it was a limited time thing. I always think it's funny when something starts out being limited time and then it becomes a staple. But the one thing that's a limited time thing that I have never, ever tried is the McDonald's McRib. I've never had one. Have had no interest in eating that at all. Maddie says, internet says Taco Bell beans don't contain lard. I'm sorry for spreading misinformation. Well, you know what? You came and you corrected it, and that's all anybody can ask of you. So thank you, Maddie. I appreciate it. Alrighty. So we will head into the last 45-minute sprint of the evening, and then after that we will do our 30-minute sprint, which means it is time for me to ask you all, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? Now, Kat told me specifically that she had stuff that she wanted to share for this question, so I'm really interested to see what her things were that she learned, which will be really fun, I think. And I will go ahead and get our 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to get to the end of this chapter, and then I'm going to go into my hiking book. And I think that'll be kind of like a nice way to wind down for the evening. As Zach says, people think I'm insane because I order a McRib with a Big Mac sauce on them. That, I've never thought about doing that. I also, okay, just real quick, I'm going to make myself big again. I had my first like real Big Mac, because I think I had one when I was younger and I didn't like it because it wasn't my normal order, so I never got it again. But I decided to try one last year and actually really liked it. I didn't know that I was a fan of Thousand Island dressing. I haven't ordered one since because, again, it's not my normal order, but I've decided that I like them. And Jamie says, yes, they have the Mexican pizza. That's what they gave me instead of what I ordered. Yeah. And Stina says, oh, right. I totally spaced that, Jamie. What is on the Mexican pizza? Because that makes me wonder, like, so you were able to eat it. So it is a vegetarian. The Mexican pizza is vegetarian, I'm guessing. What's on that? Aside from the fact that they just like threw some potatoes on top. And Rob says, I have 5 different editions of At the Mountains of Madness. I did not know that, Rob. That's awesome. All right, everybody, you have your next question. I am going to wish you all very happy reading, and I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I did get to the beginning of chapter 10, Bird and Bear and Hare and Fish, on page 467. So made some really awesome progress tonight. So my last sprint of the evening, it's pretty much just going to be me chilling out. But before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? Let me go back here. Let's see. Naomi says, I was gone for like 2 hours. Glad to see y'all are still here. Yeah, we still got one more sprint left for the evening. Going strong. And Jamie says it's refried beans, cheese, and taco sauce between 2 tortillas with more cheese and tomatoes on top. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess at least they gave you something you could eat, but still, like, I'm sorry, sad your order was wrong. Kat says, oh no, I missed the interesting question. You can still fill it in, Kat. Got time. And Stina says, I have no idea what prompted the question in the first place, but Brian just informed me that the leading theories for why sliders are called sliders are from White Castle's production process, which involved assembling them in such a way that they would just slide off the cook's sheet, and that early on military customers would eat them in one bite. I believe that because as a resident White Castle lover, you could just like shove that in. But I also know that my grandma Julie told me how inexpensive like one single slider used to be. I think she told me that you could get a slider for like a nickel when she was married to my grandfather. And that just blows my mind because they're like obviously way more expensive now. But I still enjoy them. I almost never eat them because my body hates me every time I do. But I love those shitty little sliders. They're great. Anne says that the New York Review books have an extensive catalog. Another collection? Oh, maybe. You got a good start with 22 books. Kirsten says, this past week I learned that Catherine Walsh is a new favorite author of mine. Yay! That's awesome. And Anne says, no, you didn't, Kat. Yeah, you still got time. And Kat says, I learned this week that soporific means sleepy. And I learned today that Christopher Nolan directed The Odyssey and it is being released in July. I want to see it in theaters. Oh, nice. That's great. Kat says, I see that now, Anne, thanks. And Stina says, which involved assembling them in such a way that, oh, sorry, I already just read that one down. Kat says, I had sprints on while I was in a meeting. Now I'm eating dinner, not steak, but breakfast for dinner. I'm guessing steak will be dinner tomorrow. Barry psyched you out on the steak? For shame. But I do love breakfast at all times of day. I am one of those people. Mary says, it picked up My Next Breath by Jeremy Renner's memoir. Cool. I hope that's great. Anne says, is the first book in the Outlander series called Outlander? And it is. And you said, people tell me to read the series. That is one of those where I have also been advised after a certain point, you shouldn't read it anymore. And it's quite long. So that's going to be one where when I decide to get into it, I'm going to have to like be really sure that I want to read it because I've never watched any of the show, but I have friends that are fully up to date on the show and have watched it. And they've told me some of the things that happen in the later seasons and they're horrific. So I don't know. And Rob says, Anne, I love that series. I read up to Echo in the Bone. Okay, well, and I also don't know, Rob, because I haven't watched the show and I haven't read the book, whether the books are anything like the show, or rather if the source material was like they stayed true to it or not. Because, I mean, obviously Game of Thrones didn't, and we all know that. And Eleanor said, need to head out. Thank you for hosting, Alex. Have a good weekend, everyone. Dang it, I missed saying goodbye. But good night, Eleanor. And Mary said good night as well. And Jamie says, I learned that the filmmakers of Project Hail Mary used no green screen. They built a 360-degree gimbal-mounted spaceship set that included a detailed exterior for the spacewalk scenes. That's awesome, and I love it so much. I'm a big fan of practical effects. It's like one of my favorite things ever. It's one of the reasons why when Keaton and I watched The Thing recently by John Carpenter for the first time, both of us loved it. love practical effects. Very cool. My fun fact that I learned this week is that pigeons produce milk, in case you didn't know that. And they don't have like normal mammary glands, obviously. They actually have like mammary glands in their throat. So they produce the milk there to feed to their babies. But it's different because it's apparently like very thick and chunky. So it's not like a liquid milk, it's like milk milk goo is the best way to describe it. But I didn't know the pigeons did that. That was pretty cool. And Jimmy said also the cinematographer used practical lighting effects to simulate the planetary colors. Yeah. Well, you know what? After I read the book, Jamie, if you give it, the two thumbs up and say that the movie is good, I'll convince Keaton to watch it because I think he would. Also, I almost had the trailer forced on me as the damn algorithm attempted that, and it was while Keaton and I were watching a show, and I went no, and he like immediately muted it because I told him, I was like, it has some sort of spoiler. I was warned it has a spoiler. I can't watch the trailer, so I have stayed far, far away for anything dealing with the movie. JB says, oh, sorry, I just read that one. And you said, oops, that should be no green screen. I got you. You said, and I love the Outlander series. If you're an audiobook reader, I highly recommend them. The narrator, Davina Porter, is fantastic. Oh, good. That might be a nice one for me to listen to since I don't listen to books. Kat says, it's very cool, Jamie. Kat says, no reading. Got in my PJs after dinner. Talked to Barry for a bit. He says hello. Hi, Barry. And Mary says, 36 pages in my next breath. I can tell you he has a filthy mouth. Telkana says, finally made it out of work and back from dinner. Woohoo! Gonna read Brigands and Bread Knives for the last sprint. Sounds good. And Sita says, I started The Trees by Percival Everett. What a great name. And Vera Wong's Guide to Snooping by Jesse Q. Sutanto. Sutanto's a fun name too. Jamie says it made it to chapter 27 and got some work done on a cross stitch project. Great. And Anne says, I learned Duncan just launched a 48-ounce bucket of coffee. As soon as I can have coffee again, I'm getting one. Please let me know how that goes, and don't like make your heart race too hard on all that caffeine. And Teresa says, I'm going to walk, so I thought I would say goodbye. Bye, Teresa. I'm halfway through The Woman in the Library and still think the same three people are likely the killer. And Jamie says, me too, Alex. I'm a huge fan of practical effects. They're the best. So like horror movies, in my opinion, are the absolute worst about this nowadays because there's like so many schlocky horror movies. But if like a movie comes up and like the creature or whatever it is completely 100% CGI and there's no person behind it at all, I can tell and I will immediately turn off the movie. I despise it. It frustrates me so much. And Naomi says, I finished Max in the House of Spies. Woohoo! It was okay. I gave it 3.5 out of 5 stars. That's still solid, but sorry it wasn't higher. Telkana says, ooh, neat. Looking forward to seeing Project Hail Mary. I have about 4 hours left in the book. Well, you telling me that, Jamie, definitely makes me more interested in seeing the movie because they clearly would have taken a lot of care in the way that they filmed it, which is enough of an incentive to see something sometimes. Hopefully I'll like the story. Telkana says, pigeon cheese curds. Yeah, nobody wants to have those. Angela says, Outlander, done that. The books are much more detailed. That series, I have 2 sets of hardback and paperback. Okay, well, then I'm happy to hear that the books have been so much better than the way that the later seasons of the show have been received, because I have heard nothing but like apparently some of the much later seasons people described as like torture porn. And that's why I was like, what the heck is going on with that series? Because I don't know anything about it. I mean, I understand the premise. Other than that, I don't know anything. And Jamie says, the movie is fantastic. I saw it Wednesday. Okay, great. That's awesome. I'm happy to hear it. Hopefully it was very true to the book. Zach says whale and dolphin milk is about the consistency of toothpaste. Something I learned is apparently pig milk tastes disgusting. Who do you know that tried pig milk? Also, the consistency of toothpaste is interesting. I wonder if it's because they're in the water and if it like needs to be thicker. I'm not sure. Oh no, it's probably the fat content. Yeah, that makes more sense, especially for whales. Rob says the Empire State Building took 13 months to complete. That's so crazy that it was that fast. I mean, mad respect. And Angela says the last two seasons got crazy. I haven't really watched the last two seasons. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I can't really talk about them because I don't know anything. I can only relay what I've been told, whether that's misinformation or not. You can always correct me. But we're going to go ahead and head into the final sprint, which is going to be 30 minutes. Let me change the time here. Here we go. All right, and that means that it is time for the last question of the evening, which is what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Could be big, could be small, could be something that you did 5 minutes ago or something you did immediately after sprints last week. Either way, I think it's important for you to give yourself credit for something that you did. So be sure to do that. And Zach says it's both the fact that they are in the water and that whales in particular have to gain weight extremely fast. I heard about pig milk in a YouTube video. Okay. People will sometimes do anything for a view, I swear. But yeah, so it is about fat content. That makes a lot of sense. And Heidi says, if you like the TV show The Mandalorian, a movie is coming out in May. I have not been to a movie theater in years, but I will go see that, hopefully a 10 a.m. showing. Well, my fingers are crossed for you for that, Heidi. I have never seen The Mandalorian, but of course I've heard many wonderful things about it because of Pedro Pascal's performance. All right, got 30 minutes up on the clock. Wishing you all very happy reading or whatever you do for this last sprint. I'm too tired to read now, so I think I'm going to play Neopets. And I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back from the last sprint of the evening. I hope you feel that you've been able to be productive tonight. I definitely felt that I was productive and am enjoying doing the wind down at this point. So before we left, I asked you all the question, what's one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Let's see. And Stina said, I managed to move laundry from the washer to the dryer without injuring myself. Hooray! Happy to hear that. Kat says, I am proud that I filmed, edited, and released a video this week and that I got my brake tag inspection sticker for my car. Very well done. Kirsten says, I went to a friend's book party even though I didn't really feel like being social. It felt like a win. Great job. Rob says, I guess I stopped the countdown clock at some point and missed an entire part of the stream. Oh no! That's okay, Rob. You're back now. Zach says, I paid off a debt that's been looming for about 6 months. I had the money the entire time. I just didn't want to jump through the hoops until I absolutely had to. Well done. I love being debt-free. Sherry says, I'm proud that I graded all student assignments, uploaded remaining lectures of semester, and got an excellent performance review at work. Woohoo! Awesome job. And Mary says, thanks, Alex, for sprints, company, and chat. See you next week. Mary's probably long gone. Bye-bye, Mary. Stina says, going back to Her Last Breath by Taylor Adams since it's due tomorrow, but now I can work out what order I want to read other things this weekend. That's really nice. Rob says, Capybara, Chocolate Swan, Fountain, Moist. Thank you for sprints. Sorry about the game. You know what? I had a wonderful time hanging out with you all tonight. It's totally okay that I didn't go to the game. And I was way more productive with my reading because I got to do sprints tonight than I would have been otherwise. So that's really good. Jamie says, I had managed to complete my goal of working on 2 cross-stitch projects each night this week. Great job. And Stina says, thanks for chatting, Sprint. Have a great week, y'all. Thank you, Stina. You as well. Angela says, I read 11 books for middle grade March. That's a ton. Great job, Angela. Zach says, it got to page 182 of 282 in A Perfect Match by Rachel Summers. I hope it's still just as good as when you had started it, Zach, and you said you really liked it. Kat says, I made it to page 198 of 285 in Beatrix Potter's Gardening Life. Thanks for sprints, Alex. Good night, everyone. Good night to you too, Kat. I guess I should say quickly, my accomplishment this week, I actually had a lot of accomplishments this week. So when I woke up on Monday, first thing before I had even gotten to the office, I got a call that we had some flooding that happened in the building, and I have responsibilities in the event of a water mitigation issue, which is the reason why I get terrified about the idea of leaks in my own home, because I know what restoration and stuff takes, and it's just absolutely awful. So my week was spent doing like the physical labor of replacing equipment and damaged like employee effects, and also managing the employees themselves and just setting expectations and coordinating with different people in my department who all need to coordinate with other people and just keeping people informed. I had a mini split for my telecom room go out the very next day after the water mitigation, which meant that the telecom room was 91 degrees. And when the tech came the following day to figure out part of the issue with the unit and like help him take the damn thing apart and put it back together, to the point where he actually complimented me and was like, you're handy, aren't you? And before he left, he also joked with me that he thought I should bill for my time. So, you know, that was good. And through it all, while there was, I mean, obviously a level of stress, I handled it very calmly. And I have now gotten to the point where I recognize that I have dealt with so much stuff at work that I can just handle way more now than I ever thought that I could. Like, it's, I mean, that's a good thing, but it's also really exhausting sometimes, because this was just a week that like everything that kept hitting just was, I mean, like it was just beat after beat after beat, but got through it. Jamie says, finish chapter 29 of the Seven Dials mystery and put another 100 stitches in a project. Whoop whoop. And Kirsten says, thanks for another great Friday night of sprints. Thank you for coming, Kirsten. It's great to see you. Jamie says, thanks for sprints. Thank you for coming, Jamie. Have a great weekend, everyone. You as well. Rob giving the bees and the tacos. And Zach doing the flame. And Angela says, fun sprints, Alex. 20 pages left in Pippi. We'll finish before bed. Have a great week. You have a great week too, Angela, and good job with getting so close in Pippi Longstocking tonight. Togana says, I survived the very long work week and still took time for self-care and family time. That is wonderful. Great job and good for you. Sherry says, thank you for sprints. See you in the next one. I made it to 516 of 670. You've made great progress, Sherry. It was really good to see you. Thank you for coming. And Kirsten says, good job getting through it all at work. Thank you. Yeah, it's I have a very weird job. A very weird job. Thank you, Rob. Rob's giving me claps too. I appreciate that. Carmen says, thanks, Alex, and good night, everyone, and good night to you too, Carmen. And with that, I'm going to go get changed in my pajam jams, and I'll see you all later.